Tonight, we embark on a darker journey, exploring an era filled with plagues, punishments, and pulls, a grainy stew beloved by Romans. Forget the marble columns, lavish villas, and toga-clad senators that Hollywood has shown you. Real Roman life would shock you, and you probably wouldn't survive a single day. Before you recline comfortably on your modern couch, remember to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy exploring history with us. Let me know in the comments below where you're joining us from and what hour the sundial shows in your part of the empire. It's always fascinating seeing viewers from across the vast Roman territories and beyond. Now, dim your oil lamps, perhaps fan yourself gently for that comforting breeze, and let's journey back in time together to the bustling, chaotic heart of the Roman Empire. It is essential first to set the stage by truly understanding the scale, complexity, and harsh realities of life within this ancient civilization. Rome, at its peak, was a sprawling metropolis, unmatched in size and density. With over 1 million inhabitants packed into its streets and alleys, the city was a marvel of ancient urban planning, and also a place where daily survival was often uncertain. As we traverse the narrow, winding streets, you'll quickly learn that beneath Rome's veneer of grandeur lies a gritty and perilous existence, shaped by stark inequalities, relentless demands, and the constant presence of danger and disease. The Roman Empire stretched from the cold shores of Britain in the north to the scorching deserts of Africa in the south, from the Atlantic coast of Spain to the fertile banks of the Euphrates in the east. Such a vast empire was held together by an intricate network of roads, harbors, and military forts, facilitating the movement of troops, trade, and messages. Yet, despite this impressive infrastructure, everyday life for ordinary Romans was far from luxurious. Rome itself was crowded beyond imagination. The wealthy elite lived in luxurious villas, adorned with mosaics, frescoes, and private baths. However, for most Romans, life was vastly different. The city's common residents inhabited multi-story apartment buildings called insulae, notorious for their cramped quarters, poor construction, and constant threat of collapse or fire. These dwellings were often dimly lit, poorly ventilated, and infested with vermin, making them breeding grounds for disease. Imagine waking up each day to the cacophony of the city, vendors shouting, carts rumbling along stone-paved streets, and neighbors quarreling loudly. The streets themselves were crowded with people from all walks of life, merchants hawking their wares, beggars pleading for coins, senators gliding past in litters, soldiers marching in formation, and slaves laboring under the harshest conditions imaginable. Speaking of slaves, their plight was particularly grim. Slavery was ubiquitous in ancient Rome, with enslaved people performing much of the manual labor that sustained the empire. Slaves were involved in everything from agriculture and mining to household chores and entertainment. Their lives were often short, brutal, and devoid of hope. Roman society depended heavily on this harsh system, and even freed slaves remained socially stigmatized, restricted in their opportunities. Public entertainment, while often celebrated for its grandeur and spectacle, also reveals Rome's darker side. The Colosseum, the greatest amphitheater of the ancient world, hosted brutal gladiatorial combats and bloody executions, providing a stark reminder of Rome's fascination with violence and death. These spectacles were designed not only to entertain, but also to reinforce social hierarchies and demonstrate imperial power. Meanwhile, Roman politics were notoriously treacherous. Power struggles and conspiracies were common, often culminating in violent outcomes. senators and emperors navigated a perilous landscape where betrayal and assassination lurked around every corner. The average Roman citizen had little influence over such high-stakes intrigues, yet frequently suffered their consequences, whether through increased taxes, military conscriptions, or violent reprisals. Religion, too, played a crucial role in daily life. Romans worshipped a pantheon of gods, offering sacrifices and prayers to appease divine forces believed to control their destinies. Temples dotted the urban landscape, each dedicated to different deities overseeing various aspects of life. From agriculture and commerce to war and health, priests and priestesses conducted elaborate ceremonies, interpreting omens and performing rituals essential for maintaining divine favor. However, religion also intersected with superstition and fear. Romans believed deeply in omens, portents, and curses, attributing personal misfortunes and societal disasters to divine displeasure. Practices like augury, divination, and astrology flourished, influencing decisions at every societal level, from private family matters to imperial policy. Plagues and diseases further compounded life's uncertainty. Ancient Rome lacked effective sanitation and medical understanding, leaving its population vulnerable to frequent outbreaks of illness. Epidemics periodically ravaged the city, decimating populations and instilling widespread fear. Without modern medical interventions, illnesses were often fatal or left survivors severely weakened. Against this backdrop of violence, inequality, disease, and religious fervor, daily existence required resilience, adaptability, and relentless hard work. Most Romans spent their days laboring long hours, struggling to secure enough food and shelter for themselves and their families. Basic necessities such as clean water, adequate clothing, and safe housing were not guaranteed, making survival itself an ongoing battle. Yet despite these harsh realities, Romans found moments of joy, camaraderie, and communal celebration. Festivals, public feasts, and religious holidays provided occasional reprieves from the relentless grind, fostering a sense of community and shared cultural identity. Romans laughed, loved, and formed deep bonds of friendship and family amidst adversity, showcasing humanity's enduring capacity for resilience and hope. As we continue this journey, prepare yourself to dive deeper into the intricacies of Roman life, exploring everything from hygiene and diet to labor and leisure. Our exploration will reveal that beneath Rome's celebrated grandeur lies a far more complex, challenging, and captivating reality than any film or book has depicted. Congratulations! You've awakened in the bustling city of Rome in the year 150 AD. The good news? You're alive. The bad news? So are the bedbugs. Your bed is nothing but a straw-stuffed mattress crawling with these tiny nocturnal visitors. Your blanket? A rough woolen affair that hasn't been washed since, well, probably never. Welcome to the less glamorous side of Roman life. As you open your eyes, the reality of your surroundings settles in. You are not waking up in the comfortable, spacious rooms depicted in paintings and statues. Your home is a modest apartment known as an insula, typical housing for the urban poor and working-class Romans. The insula is a multi-storied building that rises precariously above narrow, winding streets, constructed hastily to accommodate Rome's burgeoning population. Each level is subdivided into cramped rooms, home to multiple families, their pets, and an array of pests. Privacy here is practically non-existent. Your room is small, dim, and suffocating. With no glass windows, only small openings covered by cloth or shutters, the air is stale and musty. The walls, thin and poorly plastered, are damp and mouldy, occasionally displaying crude graffiti left by previous occupants. The floor, rough stone or packed earth, is strewn with straw that does little to conceal the filth beneath. The early morning sounds filter through your walls, cries of street vendors already calling out their wares, the clatter of wagon wheels echoing on cobblestones, and neighbors bickering loudly over trivial matters. You stretch your aching body, cramped from sleeping on the uncomfortable mattress, and shiver from the cold draft seeping through the cracks in the walls. You share this tiny space with your family, often sleeping side by side on the floor or squeezed onto the straw mattress. Children sleep, huddled against their parents for warmth and security, while elderly family members rest nearby, their breathing heavy and troubled. The concept of separate bedrooms or individual privacy is unimaginable luxury. As you reluctantly rise, you quickly dress in the same worn-out tunic you've worn daily for months. Clothing is scarce and expensive for the average Roman. Your attire is made from rough wool, scratchy and uncomfortable against your skin, rarely cleaned due to the difficulties and expense of laundering. Leather sandals, if you have them at all, are basic and worn, offering minimal protection from the harsh streets. Breakfast is a hurried, modest affair. You grab a bowl of pulse, a thick porridge made from grains such as barley or millet, boiled into a bland, filling paste. Pulse is the staple diet of the common Roman, nutritious enough to sustain life, but monotonous enough to inspire dread after countless repetitions. You supplement this meager fare with whatever is seasonally available, perhaps olives, a small portion of cheese, or a piece of stale bread so hard it must be soaked before eating. Your morning drink, a diluted form of wine known as posca, is a practical necessity. With the city's water supply often unreliable or contaminated, posca serves as a safer, mildly alcoholic alternative. Even young children consume it, diluted further to minimize its alcoholic effects. Fresh water is a luxury only occasionally accessible through public fountains, heavily dependent on the functionality of the aqueducts and the cleanliness of the conduits. Outside your insula, Rome is already vibrant and bustling. Merchants set up stalls, calling loudly to attract customers. Artisans begin their tasks, the ringing of hammers and chisels echoing in the narrow streets. The air is thick with the smells of food, refuse, animals, and humanity, blending into an overwhelming sensory experience that characterizes daily Roman life. You step carefully onto the street, mindful of the hazards below your feet. Roman streets are notoriously filthy, often layered with trash, animal droppings, and human waste, despite efforts by city officials to maintain cleanliness through occasional street cleaning initiatives. Open gutters channel sewage away from public spaces, though frequently clog or overflow, adding to the urban squalor. You greet neighbors and acquaintances briefly, interactions necessary for maintaining community ties vital for survival. Social bonds in Roman neighborhoods are crucial. Residents often rely heavily on each other during emergencies, disasters, or simply to navigate the challenges of everyday life. Mutual aid among neighbors is common, reinforcing a sense of shared destiny amidst the harsh urban environment. The threat of fire looms constantly in your mind. Insulae are notoriously susceptible to fires due to their wooden frameworks and overcrowded living conditions. Flames can rapidly spread from one apartment to another, destroying entire blocks within hours. Firefighting brigades exist, but often prioritize protecting wealthy properties over common apartments, leaving poorer residents vulnerable. Crime, too, is a daily concern. Petty theft, assaults, and muggings are frequent occurrences, particularly after dark. Streets are poorly lit by scattered oil lamps, casting deep shadows ideal for criminals. Residents typically avoid venturing out at night unless necessary, traveling in groups for safety when they do. Despite these daily hardships, Romans develop resilience, a practical optimism enabling them to cope with harsh living conditions. Moments of laughter, storytelling, and communal gatherings provide brief escapes from the relentless struggles of urban life. Small courtyards or public squares become venues for social interactions, allowing residents to momentarily forget their burdens through conversation, jokes, or simple companionship. As you begin your day, preparing to face whatever challenges Rome will throw at you next, you reflect briefly on your situation. This awakening is not unique. Millions across the empire share similar experiences, each enduring in their own way, finding small joys amidst considerable adversity. This is your reality, a life defined by resilience, endurance, and the continual struggle to meet basic needs. Welcome once again to ancient Rome, a city of stark contrasts, boundless energy, and ceaseless challenge. As dawn breaks, the morning bell tolls loudly from a nearby temple, resonating through the insula and waking its weary inhabitants. This bell serves as a harsh, inescapable Roman alarm clock, signaling the beginning of another challenging day. You reluctantly rise from your cramped bed, feeling stiffness and soreness from the uncomfortable sleeping arrangement. Around you, your family also begins to stir, groaning as they face another day filled with labor and hardship. Your apartment, or insula, offers a stark reminder of the difficult living conditions endured by many Romans. With several stories of poorly constructed apartments, the building groans under its weight, often creaking ominously. Your particular space is tiny, no larger than a modern small bedroom, yet home to your entire family. Walls made of cheap materials barely block out the sounds of neighbors who can be heard arguing, cooking, or performing their morning routines with little regard for privacy. Indeed, privacy is an unfamiliar luxury in your life. Each day unfolds in full view of your family members and neighbors. You begin your morning by attending to basic hygiene, a challenging task in itself. There's no indoor plumbing here. Instead, you use a basin filled with cold water fetched from a public fountain the night before. This water is carefully rationed, so washing consists merely of splashing your face and hands quickly, barely enough to feel truly clean. Occasionally, you scrape your skin with a small metal tool called a strigil, removing accumulated grime, sweat, and dirt. The lack of sanitation extends further. There are no dedicated bathrooms within your apartment. Rather, shared facilities exist at street level, accessible to all building residents. These communal latrines offer minimal privacy, and sanitation is rudimentary at best. Using them requires overcoming the discomfort of sharing such personal moments with neighbors, often while carrying on casual conversations. The unpleasant odor permeates the building, an ever-present reminder of the poor living conditions. Breakfast preparation is another significant challenge. Cooking facilities are minimal, consisting usually of a simple brazier or hearth in a communal space. Wood and charcoal, used as fuel, are expensive commodities, forcing you to use them sparingly. Cooking meals typically involves quick preparation methods to conserve fuel and time. The mainstay of your diet, pulse, a thick porridge, is reheated from the previous day's leftovers, stretched to feed as many mouths as possible. Meals are simple, designed purely for sustenance rather than enjoyment. The monotony of pulse is occasionally broken by seasonal produce purchased from street vendors, such as olives, figs, or salted fish. Such delicacies are scarce and expensive, treasured when available. Breakfast, therefore, is consumed hastily, often while standing or sitting uncomfortably, as seating arrangements are minimal. Getting dressed is another daily trial. Clothing options are limited. You own only 1 or 2 garments, heavily worn from constant use. Your tunic, a coarse woolen garment, is rough against your skin, frequently causing discomfort. Laundry is a rare event, performed sparingly to avoid the considerable labor involved. Clothing is washed in the Tiber River or public fountains, using urine as a cleaning agent due to its ammonia content, a common but unpleasant Roman practice. Stepping outside your room, the narrow corridors of your insula teem with activity. Residents hurry to their daily tasks, carrying pots of water, baskets of laundry, or bundles of goods for sale. Staircases, dimly lit by infrequent oil lamps, pose hazards, particularly when crowded or slippery. You navigate carefully, mindful of the dangers of falling or bumping into others in the cramped spaces. The courtyard of your insula is a communal space where neighbors gather briefly to exchange news or complaints before dispersing into the streets. Here, you quickly catch up on neighborhood gossip, news of the latest theft or fire, or announcements from city officials. The courtyard is a microcosm of Roman urban life, bustling, noisy, and vibrant, reflecting both camaraderie and occasional conflicts among residents. Exiting your insula, you are greeted by the busy streets of Rome, already alive with activity. Vendors loudly advertise their wares, artisans set up shop, and pedestrians rush about their business. Streets are crowded, often chaotic, demanding constant vigilance to avoid collisions or mishaps. Amidst the chaos, you notice beggars pleading for coins, soldiers patrolling with authoritative presence, and slaves carrying heavy burdens through the crowded thoroughfares. The risks of urban life are ever present. Insulae are particularly vulnerable to fires due to their wooden construction and proximity. Fires are frequent occurrences, devastating entire neighborhoods within hours. You remain constantly aware of this danger, always noting escape routes and contingency plans. Crime adds another layer of complexity to your daily life. Petty theft, mugging, and assault are commonplace, particularly in densely populated areas like yours. Vigilance and caution are essential skills for navigating these risks, requiring constant awareness of your surroundings. Despite these challenges, the morning routine fosters resilience among residents. Social interactions, however brief, strengthen communal bonds, providing mutual support and shared understanding of daily struggles. Moments of humor, kindness, and solidarity punctuate the harsh reality, offering emotional sustenance. As you step forward into the busy Roman streets, mentally preparing yourself for the day's labors, you carry with you the determination and endurance necessary for survival. Life in the insula is tough, defined by constant hardships, yet marked by remarkable adaptability and communal strength. Thus begins another day in ancient Rome, a relentless journey of survival amidst adversity, community amidst chaos, and resilience amidst hardship. In ancient Rome, hygiene and sanitation posed significant daily challenges, influencing the health, comfort, and quality of life for the average citizen. While Rome is often lauded for its impressive aqueducts, baths, and sophisticated sewage systems, the reality for most Romans, especially the urban poor, was far less glamorous and often grim. Your day begins with basic hygiene, a challenging endeavor given the limited resources available. Without access to indoor plumbing, you rely heavily on communal facilities. Each morning, you use water sparingly, scooped from a basin that was laboriously filled from a public fountain, or carried up numerous stairs from ground level. This water, often cold and not entirely clean, provides only the barest level of cleanliness, sufficient for splashing your face and washing your hands. The luxury of a thorough bath is a distant dream, reserved for infrequent visits to public bathhouses. Public bathhouses, or thermae, represent both a necessity and a rare luxury in Roman life. While grand bathhouses existed, filled with marble columns, heated pools, and elaborate mosaics for the elite, you frequent the more modest neighborhood baths, simpler and far less glamorous. Here, the communal bathing experience is an essential social activity, fostering connections among neighbors, but also posing significant health risks. Baths are crowded, and cleanliness standards vary significantly, often leading to the spread of skin diseases and infections. At these baths, you typically follow a routine, first entering a changing room, then moving to a warm room, known as the tepidarium to relax your muscles, followed by the caldarium, a hot room designed to induce sweating. Finally, you visit the frigidarium, a cold plunge pool to invigorate and refresh. Afterward, you use a metal scraper known as a strigil to remove accumulated dirt, sweat, and oils from your skin, a process often uncomfortable but necessary given the lack of soap. Soap, in fact, is a rare commodity, largely unavailable to common Romans. Instead, olive oil mixed with abrasive substances like pumice is employed to cleanse the body. This method of cleaning is somewhat effective, but also harsh, frequently irritating your skin. Hair care similarly relies on basic tools and materials, often involving combing oils through your hair to remove lice and dirt. Lice infestations are commonplace, given the crowded and unhygienic conditions of daily life. Dental hygiene presents its own set of problems. Toothbrushes and toothpaste, as modern readers understand them, do not exist. Instead, you use toothpicks, rudimentary brushes made from twigs or bone, and abrasive substances such as powdered charcoal or crushed shells to clean your teeth. Mouth rinses typically involve diluted vinegar or wine, substances that, while helping control bacteria, also erode tooth enamel over time. The lack of effective dental care results in widespread dental problems, including tooth decay, gum disease, and tooth loss, making oral pain a constant concern. Toilet facilities in Rome range from rudimentary to sophisticated, depending on social class and location. In your crowded insula, communal latrines at street level provide basic sanitation. These latrines are typically long benches with holes, arranged side by side without partitions, eliminating any expectation of privacy. Conversations, business transactions, and gossip frequently occur here, underscoring the social nature of even the most private activities. Beneath the benches run channels flushed periodically by flowing water, carrying waste into Rome's extensive sewer system, notably the Cloaca Maxima. Yet, despite this advanced infrastructure, sanitary conditions remain poor. Waste disposal relies heavily on gravity and flowing water, systems frequently clogged or malfunctioning. Overflowing sewage and wastewater are common, flooding streets and alleys, and creating conditions ripe for disease. Additionally, rats and other vermin thrive in this environment, further exacerbating public health issues. The Roman reliance on communal sponges attached to sticks, known as spongia, for cleaning after toilet use further heightened sanitation risks. These sponges, shared by all users, are rinsed in communal buckets of water and vinegar between uses, practices that fail to prevent the spread of intestinal parasites and infections effectively. The risks of contracting diseases such as dysentery, cholera, and intestinal parasites are significant contributing to high mortality rates and chronic illness among the urban population. Water supply, crucial for hygiene and sanitation, comes from public fountains connected to Rome's vast network of aqueducts. While the engineering marvel of the aqueducts provides relatively clean drinking water from distant sources, contamination often occurs due to lead pipes, stagnation, or inadequate maintenance. The quality of water varies widely, with contamination frequently causing outbreaks of illness among users. Laundry practices further illustrate the harsh realities of Roman sanitation. Clothing is washed infrequently, often only when absolutely necessary. Public laundries, or fulleries, use human urine as a primary cleaning agent due to its ammonia content, effectively removing stains and dirt but leaving garments with an unpleasant odor. Workers in these laundries endure harsh conditions, their hands constantly immersed in corrosive chemicals and their senses assaulted by powerful smells. Personal hygiene and sanitation practices thus reflect a paradox within Roman society. Impressive public infrastructure and sophisticated engineering coexist with deeply flawed and hazardous daily realities. Romans exhibit a remarkable tolerance for these difficult conditions, adapting to circumstances that would challenge modern sensibilities. Despite the constant threats to health and comfort, communal hygiene facilities offer moments of social interaction and communal bonding, strengthening neighborhood ties and fostering a collective identity. Humor, camaraderie, and practical adaptability mark the Roman approach to hygiene and sanitation, turning routine hardships into communal experiences. Thus, hygiene and sanitation in ancient Rome encapsulate the broader experience of daily life, a complex blend of sophistication and hardship, social interaction and personal discomfort, resilience and vulnerability. Stepping out of your insula and into the heart of ancient Rome, you are immediately immersed in an overwhelming sensory experience. The streets are alive with activity, bustling, loud, unpredictable, and at times dangerous. These narrow arteries of the eternal city teem with life, an intricate web of humanity and motion that never truly rests. The first thing that hits you is the smell, a pungent cocktail of rotting food, animal dung, human waste, open latrines, body odor, and smoke from countless hearths and braziers hangs heavy in the morning air. Rome's elaborate sewer system may have been revolutionary, but for the average Roman, particularly those living in the lower districts, the smell of the city is an ever-present, inescapable reality. Underfoot, the roads are paved with uneven volcanic stones, worn smooth and slippery from centuries of use. These stones are slick from morning dew, and whatever unmentionables were tossed out the window the night before. Careless steps can lead to twisted ankles, or worse. In the absence of garbage collection, refuse piles up in alleys or is thrown into the streets to be trampled, kicked aside, or left to rot until rain or runoff sweeps it away. Gutters run alongside the roadways, carrying wastewater, urine, spoiled wine, and all manner of filth. Occasionally, slaves employed by the city clean these channels, but their efforts are rarely enough to keep the streets truly sanitary. Crossing a busy road often means timing your steps between carts and foot traffic, all while avoiding stepping into the flowing detritus of Roman life. Despite the grime, the streets are vital arteries of commerce and culture. Merchants call out from their stalls and storefronts, selling everything from coarse bread and salted fish to spices, fabrics, and slaves. The sounds of bartering, shouting, laughter, and the occasional street musician echo from stone walls. Children run underfoot, dodging wagons and soldiers alike, while stray dogs skulk about in search of scraps. Carts rumble by, pulled by donkeys or oxen, their wooden wheels creaking and groaning under the weight of goods destined for the markets. The wheels occasionally jam into potholes or splash muddy water onto unsuspecting passers-by. There are laws in Rome banning wagons during certain hours in the city centre to ease congestion, but enforcement is lax and often ignored. As you walk, you pass fountains and public wells where women draw water, gossiping as they fill their jugs. These fountains are fed by the aqueducts, those remarkable conduits bringing clean water from distant springs and hillsides. While the patricians have indoor plumbing, most of the city's population relies on these communal sources. The constant murmur of flowing water is one of the few pleasant sounds that grace the city's daily rhythm. Turning down another street, you encounter a procession, perhaps a religious ritual or a funeral. Priests in ceremonial robes chant prayers to the gods as mourners wail and cast flower petals upon the road. Such events are common, often obstructing traffic and drawing curious onlookers. Religion is deeply woven into the fabric of Roman life, and the streets are its primary stage. Graffiti is everywhere. Walls of shops, temples, and homes are etched or painted with messages both political and personal. Some are crude insults, others are poetry, advertisements, or declarations of love. You pause to read a few. Marcus owes 5 denarii to the baker. Livia was here, or a crude caricature mocking a local official. The walls speak volumes, offering a raw, unfiltered voice of the Roman populace. Street performers provide bursts of entertainment. Jugglers, acrobats, and storytellers gather crowds, hoping to earn a few coins. Beggars, some genuine, others theatrical in their ailments, plead for alms from passers-by. Many wear signs around their necks explaining their misfortunes: lost limbs, blindness, orphaned children. Their presence is a stark reminder of the fragility of life in Rome. Not far from the marketplace, public notices and edicts are posted on boards known as the Acta Diurna, essentially the ancient Roman equivalent of a newspaper. Here, citizens can read about new laws, events, deaths, or public celebrations. Literate Romans read aloud to others, often followed by lively debates or grumbles of discontent. These notices are tools of statecraft and propaganda, shaping public opinion as much as they inform. Moving deeper into the commercial districts, the crowds thicken. Shopfronts spill into the street, and vendors walk with trays strapped to their shoulders, selling figs, honey cakes, or garum, the infamous fermented fish sauce essential to Roman cooking. The smell is overpowering, but to many, it's the taste of home. Here, too, are the workshops of craftsmen, tanners, potters, weavers, blacksmiths, all laboring noisily in cramped quarters. The clang of hammers, the hiss of steam, and the cries of apprentices echo around you. These trades are the backbone of Roman urban life, sustaining the city's endless appetite for goods, repairs, and luxury. As midday approaches, the sun climbs higher, and the heat intensifies. The air becomes heavier, and tempers fray. Street arguments erupt quickly, over stolen goods, personal insults, or territory disputes between vendors. Occasionally, fights break out, drawing crowds eager for spectacle. The local vigiles, Rome's fire brigade and night watchmen, may intervene if things escalate too far, but they are often undermanned or easily bribed. Amid all this chaos, certain order prevails. Religious festivals bring structure to the calendar. Market days provide rhythm to commerce, and the legal codes, though inconsistently enforced, define the boundaries of acceptable behavior. Life on the Roman streets is unpredictable, but not without its patterns and unwritten rules. By evening, as shadows lengthen and oil lamps are lit, the city begins to slow. The wealthier citizens retreat to their homes or private banquets. The poor seek shelter in doorways or return to their crowded tenements. The streets, still alive with movement, take on a different character. Thieves and pickpockets emerge under cover of darkness, preying on the inattentive. You return to your insula tired, dirty, perhaps hungry, but alive. And in Rome, that alone is an accomplishment. The streets of this ancient metropolis offer a brutal, vibrant, endlessly fascinating glimpse into the heartbeat of the greatest city of its time. They are not merely paths from one place to another. They are the crucible in which Roman life is forged. Food in ancient Rome is a tale of extremes. At one end, extravagant banquets hosted by patricians boast dozens of courses with imported delicacies. At the other, the plebeian masses, people like you, subsist on whatever they can afford, which often isn't much. Meals are shaped by economic status, seasonal availability, and strict social structures. Let us delve into a typical day of nourishment, or lack thereof, for an ordinary Roman. You begin your morning with ientaculum, the Roman version of breakfast. It's a simple, utilitarian meal, a piece of coarse bread, perhaps dipped in wine or water, sometimes accompanied by olives or cheese if you're lucky. More often, it's just dry bread. For the poor, the bread might be yesterday's leftover, rock hard and requiring soaking before it's even edible. Food is not eaten at a table, but often while standing, sitting on a stool, or leaning against a wall. There's little ceremony. This meal is not about enjoyment, it's about energy and survival. You eat quickly, then prepare for the day's labor. If you're a laborer, street vendor, or artisan, your next chance to eat might be during a brief midday break. But unlike modern lunch hours, there's no dedicated time or space. You might buy something from a tabernae, a kind of Roman food stall common in busy areas. These places serve ready-to-eat items like lentil stew, chickpeas, boiled eggs, or sausages. A bowl of pulse, a porridge made from emmer wheat or barley, is the most common staple. Pulse is a gritty, bland porridge made by boiling grains in water. Sometimes it's enhanced with whatever greens or scraps are available. Garum, a fermented fish sauce, is often added for flavor. Garum is pungent, salty, and essential to Roman cuisine, though modern noses might find it overwhelming. In wealthier homes, prandium, the midday meal, is more refined. Cold meats, cheeses, fruits, and bread arranged neatly on plates. The average Roman, however, doesn't have such luxury. Your prandium might be nothing more than a crust of bread and water. The main meal of the day, cena, takes place in the late afternoon or evening. For the wealthy, this is a lavish affair, an opportunity to display status and indulgence. Reclining on cushioned couches in elaborately decorated dining rooms, they consume multiple courses. Starters, gustatio, include salads, eggs, and seafood. Main dishes, mensae primae, feature roasted meats, game, and fish. Desserts, mensae secundae, include fruits, nuts, and honeyed cakes. They sip spiced wine and entertain themselves with poetry, music, or dances. For you, dinner is eaten sitting on a stool or perhaps on the floor of your insula. It's not a social event so much as a necessity. Your cena likely consists of pulse again, perhaps with beans, onions, or dried fruits mixed in. If you're fortunate, there's some dried or salted fish or a few scraps of meat. Fresh meat is rare and expensive, usually reserved for festivals or when a family sacrifices an animal to the gods. Vegetables play a key role in your diet. cabbage, onions, lentils, turnips, and chickpeas. Herbs like coriander, fennel, and mint add variety. Fruits such as apples, figs, and grapes are seasonal treats. Cheese, while available, is more common in the countryside, where families make it from goat or sheep milk. Drinks are limited. Water can be unsafe, especially in densely populated areas. Wine is a safer option, always watered down for regular use. Drinking undiluted wine is seen as barbaric. Posca, a sour mix of water and vinegar, is common among soldiers and laborers. Beer exists but is associated with the provinces and not widely consumed in Rome itself. Hunger is common. Food scarcity arises from poor harvests, supply interruptions, or inflation. Grain imported from Egypt and North Africa feeds the empire's urban masses. To prevent unrest, the state offers a grain dole, a nona, to eligible citizens. You might receive a ration of grain monthly, but turning it into edible food, milling, baking, requires additional resources. Some insulae residents join together to bake bread communally or visit public ovens. Baking bread at home is rare due to fire risk and lack of ovens. Public bakeries, however, are common. You hand over your dough to be baked or purchase loaves if you can afford them. The bread is dense, dark, and coarse, not the fluffy loaves of modern bakeries. Food preservation is essential. Without refrigeration, Romans used salting, drying, smoking, pickling, and storing in oil or honey. Meats are salted or dried. Fruits are turned into pastes or soaked in wine. Leftovers are rare. Meals are cooked and eaten quickly, and waste is minimal. Feasts and festivals offer rare breaks from this routine. Public banquets during religious celebrations provide free food and wine. Emperors and magistrates distribute grain, oil, or pork to gain favor. On feast days you may eat well, but such days are infrequent. For children, meals are lighter: gruel, bread, and a bit of fruit. Infants are fed goat's milk or gruel after weaning. School children may carry small snacks, but there are no formal lunches. Food is utilitarian, meant to sustain growth, not delight the senses. Food also reflects religious and cultural beliefs. Offerings to household gods, lares and penates, include bread, fruit, and wine. Sacrifices at temples involve ritual meals. Priests and attendees share roasted meat. You learn early to thank the gods for your meal, no matter how meager. In short, food in ancient Rome is as much about survival as it is about tradition, class, and community. For most citizens, it's monotonous, labor-intensive, and modest. Yet, even within these limitations, Romans display creativity, flavoring with herbs, sharing among neighbors, or stretching ingredients through clever preservation. Tomorrow, you'll eat pulse again, maybe with a few chickpeas or a scrap of salted fish. It won't be glamorous, but it will keep you going. As the sun rises over Rome, you pull your only tunic over your head, a coarse garment made of heavy wool, woven unevenly, often reused and passed down through family members. Clothing in ancient Rome isn't about self-expression or fashion trends. It's a marker of class, practicality, and survival. For most citizens, especially those living in the bustling tenement districts, clothing is functional, uncomfortable, and rarely washed. The tunic, a simple T-shaped garment tied at the waist with a rope or leather belt, is standard attire for men of the lower and middle classes. Women wear longer tunics, sometimes layered with a stola, a long, sleeveless dress indicating respectability. However, the average woman might not own more than one stola, and many go without. Fabric dyes are costly, so your tunic is likely the natural, off-white or brownish hue of undyed wool. Shoes are a luxury. Most days you wear worn leather sandals, their straps patched and their soles thin from long walks on Rome's unforgiving stone roads. These sandals offer little protection against the muck and grime of the streets. On colder days, you might wrap your feet in cloth or animal hides if you can find them. For the wealthy, clothing is about displaying status. They wear finely woven tunics dyed in bright colors and edged with embroidery. Senators wear tunics with a broad purple stripe, the latticlave, while equestrians wear a narrower stripe called the angusticlave. The toga, a voluminous wool garment wrapped elaborately around the body, is a symbol of citizenship. But it's expensive, cumbersome, and hot. Most commoners avoid it unless absolutely required. Washing your tunic is an ordeal. Laundering is done at Philonike, Roman laundries, where workers trample clothes in vats filled with water and urine. Urine is collected in public jars for this purpose because its ammonia content helps break down grease and dirt. The smell is awful. Clothes are then rinsed, wrung out, and beaten before being hung to dry in the sun. Many people don't wash their clothes often, and the resulting body odor is simply part of daily life. Personal care, likewise, is a matter of necessity more than luxury. Hair is usually short for men and tied back or braided for women. Shaving is common, though not universal, and razors are rough bronze tools that easily nick the skin. You might visit a barber, tonsor, for a haircut and shave, which is a social ritual as much as a grooming task. Women often pluck unwanted body hair using tweezers, and some wealthier women even bleach their hair with imported lye solutions, risking damage to achieve a golden hue. Cosmetics include kohl for eyeliner, rouge made from crushed berries, and white lead paste for pale skin, though these practices are viewed with suspicion when overused. Perfumes are worn sparingly due to cost, often stored in glass or ceramic vials and dabbed on for special occasions. Bathing is both a necessity and a social activity. You typically visit the public baths every few days if you can afford the small fee. There, you undress and store your belongings in a cubicle before entering a series of heated rooms. You apply oil to your skin, sweat in the caldarium, scrape off the grime with a strigil, then rinse off in cold water. Bathhouses are lively places for gossip, business, and even flirtation, but also breeding grounds for skin infections and lice. To keep body odor at bay between baths, you might rub yourself with scented oils or powders. Deodorants made from alum, ash, or vinegar are available, though not always effective. Tooth cleaning involves rubbing teeth with abrasive powders, like charcoal or crushed bones, and using toothpicks carved from metal or wood. Tooth decay is common, as are gum diseases and toothaches. Skin care is rudimentary. Romans use olive oil to moisturize and sometimes combine it with beeswax or herbs for rashes or sunburn. Sun protection, however, is practically non-existent. Field workers and outdoor laborers become deeply tanned and weathered, a sign of their exposure to the elements. Cleanliness is valued culturally but hard to maintain. Many ailments stem from poor hygiene, especially among the poor. Parasites like fleas and lice are ubiquitous. You regularly check your tunic seams and bedding for infestations. Delousing is a shared, social activity. People often pick through each other's hair for nits, sometimes during quiet conversations or in the bath. Women have their own particular struggles. Menstruation is managed using rags or sponges. There are no pads or tampons. Public awareness of such matters is low, and many women face shame or isolation due to biological functions. Pregnant women lack prenatal care, and childbirth is dangerous, often handled by midwives using rudimentary methods. Personal hygiene during pregnancy and recovery is difficult, with infections and complications frequent. Children wear small versions of adult tunics. They go barefoot much of the time and are often unwashed, except when dragged to the baths by frustrated parents. Adolescent boys are marked by the toga praetexta, indicating they are not yet adults, while girls prepare for marriage and motherhood early, sometimes in their teens. Despite the scarcity, Romans are proud of their appearance. They comb their hair carefully, polish their sandals when possible, and wear their cleanest tunic on feast days or public festivals. Even the poorest citizen may keep a bronze mirror, a comb, or a small jar of oil to maintain their dignity. So, each morning you rise, shake out your tunic, check for lice, wipe your face with a wet cloth, and do your best to look presentable. It's not glamour, it's survival. In the dusty, loud, and crowded world of Rome, even basic self-care is an achievement. Imagine biting into a tough piece of bread and feeling a sudden sharp pain that shoots through your jaw. There's no dentist appointment to book, no painkillers to numb the agony, and no clean tools waiting in a sterile room. In ancient Rome, dental care was an agonizing mixture of folk remedies, brute force, and blind hope. Dental hygiene for the average Roman was rudimentary at best. The common practice for cleaning teeth involved abrasive powders made from crushed animal bones, oyster shells, and charcoal. These substances were rubbed onto the teeth with cloths, sticks, or rudimentary brushes. The aim was to scrape off debris and whiten the enamel, but the abrasive nature of these mixtures also wore down tooth enamel over time, accelerating decay rather than preventing it. Toothpicks, often carved from metal, bone, or wood, were commonly used and even carried on one's person as a sign of refinement. Elite Romans might rinse their mouths with vinegar or wine to freshen breath and kill bacteria, but these methods were only partially effective. The acids further eroded teeth and contributed to the prevalence of dental issues. There were no professional dentists as we know them today. Tooth problems were handled by barber surgeons or general physicians, many of whom learned their trade through experience rather than formal study. For a severe toothache or visible decay, the standard solution was extraction, painful, bloody, and performed without anesthesia. A strong assistant would hold the patient down while the practitioner yanked the tooth out using crude metal forceps. In wealthier households, some level of pain management might be available. Opium poppies were known to the Romans, and a physician might offer a rudimentary sedative or an herbal infusion. But these remedies were unreliable and rarely accessible to the lower classes. For most Romans, dental extraction was an excruciating ordeal, endured with gritted teeth and stifled screams. Roman writers sometimes recorded dental woes in their texts. Pliny the Elder recommended using urine or the ashes of burned mice to relieve toothache, a reflection of the strange and desperate cures people were willing to try. Superstitions also flourished. Amulets, charms, and offerings to healing gods like Aesculapius were common attempts to gain relief. Some believed that reciting incantations while holding herbs like garlic or onion against the gums could alleviate pain. Cavities, abscesses, and gum disease were widespread. The Roman diet, largely consisting of coarse bread, dried fruits, and sugarless wine, might have reduced the frequency of cavities compared to modern diets rich in processed sugars, but lack of proper hygiene and access to care meant that any dental issue could quickly become debilitating. Dental prosthetics existed, but were rare and reserved for the elite. Archaeological finds have uncovered rudimentary dentures made from gold wire and animal teeth or human teeth taken from the deceased. These were more cosmetic than functional, used by the wealthy to maintain appearances rather than chew food. Gum disease was rampant. In the absence of toothbrushes or floss, plaque buildup led to inflamed gums and eventual tooth loss. Bad breath was common, and in crowded environments like insulae and public baths, the stench of rotting teeth was part of the atmosphere. For children, baby teeth came and went without much attention. Teething babies were given herbal remedies or rubbed with honeyed cloths to soothe their gums. If they suffered complications or infections, there was little parents could do beyond prayers and traditional remedies. Cultural attitudes toward dental care were pragmatic. Romans valued cleanliness and appearance, but teeth were not held to modern cosmetic standards. Missing or crooked teeth were considered unfortunate but normal, especially for the elderly or laboring classes. Dental pain was simply part of life. To mitigate these risks, Romans sometimes chewed on fennel, myrrh, or mastic gum, believed to strengthen the gums and sweeten the breath. These natural remedies had mild antibacterial properties, but were no substitute for effective care. Despite the absence of modern tools, some Roman physicians made significant observations. Galen, a prominent medical writer, described dental anatomy and linked tooth pain to nerve involvement, a surprisingly accurate insight for the time. Yet without instruments for precision or sterilization, such knowledge had limited practical use. Ultimately, Roman dentistry was a desperate balancing act. The tools were crude, the knowledge incomplete, and the treatments often worse than the ailments. Still, Romans managed as best they could, scraping, rinsing, and extracting in the eternal struggle to keep pain at bay. If you lived in Rome and had a toothache, your options were few. Live with it, try a folk cure, or submit to the terrifying force of a barber's pliers. It's no wonder that many Romans, faced with chronic dental pain, turned to religion and ritual for help. So tomorrow, as you rinse your mouth with clean water and brush with minty paste, give thanks for modern dentistry. Because in ancient Rome, oral health was not a routine, it was a gamble. Life in Rome was built on the shoulders of labor. Whether you were a freeman, a craftsman, a merchant, or a slave, work was not just a means of survival. It was a statement of your place in society. Ancient Rome functioned through a sprawling network of occupations, each vital to sustaining the empire, from the forum's bustling markets to the countryside's sun-scorched fields. Let's begin with the urban laborer, perhaps someone like you. You might rise with the sun and work until it sets. If you're skilled, you could be a mason, carpenter, cobbler, or blacksmith. Your day starts early in a noisy, dusty workshop where tools clang, fires roar, and the air smells of sweat, metal, and smoke. Most craftsmen are part of collegia, guild-like associations that regulate trade, provide social support, and ensure standards. But membership doesn't guarantee wealth. Pay is minimal, and jobs are uncertain. If you are unskilled, your labor is manual. You haul stones, dig ditches, carry water, or push carts. You might be hired at dawn at one of the city's labor markets, where men crowd together, shouting their trades, hoping to be picked for the day's work. Wages are low, and injuries are common. No one pays for your time if you're hurt or dead. Slavery fuels much of Rome's workforce. Enslaved individuals work in homes, fields, workshops, mines, and ships. Household slaves may fare better, serving meals, tutoring children, or managing domestic affairs. Field slaves, on the other hand, endure relentless sun and brutal oversight. The worst fate awaits those in the mines or quarries, where conditions are so horrendous that survival beyond a few years is rare. Freedom doesn't always improve one's prospects. Many freedmen, former slaves who've earned or been granted liberty, work the same jobs they did in bondage. Others become shopkeepers, scribes, or tax collectors. Some even grow wealthy, though society always marks them as former slaves. Women's work is constrained by gender roles. Wealthy women oversee households or engage in limited business through male intermediaries. Poor women sell food, sew garments, or work as laundresses or wet nurses. Some serve as midwives or herbalists. Others, through no choice or necessity, turn to prostitution, a regulated but often brutal profession. In the countryside, agricultural labor dominates. Rome's grain supply, vital to feeding the urban population, depends on vast latifundia, plantations worked primarily by slaves. You might spend long days plowing fields, sowing seed, or harvesting crops. Seasonal labor demands grueling effort. During harvests, you sleep in the fields, eat sparse meals, and work until your body gives out. Tradespeople and merchants fill Rome's streets and markets. Bakers, butchers, potters, weavers, and dyers make and sell goods essential to daily life. Merchants import spices, wine, and exotic goods from the far reaches of the empire. Success in trade can bring wealth, but taxes, theft, and corruption threaten profits. Roman commerce is vibrant but cutthroat. Public labor includes jobs like road maintenance, aqueduct cleaning, and sewer work. These roles are vital to city life, but thankless and filthy. Some are performed by convicts or slaves, others by free citizens desperate for employment. The stench of Rome's sewers, especially the great Cloaca Maxima, clings to these workers like a second skin. Soldiering is another form of labor, albeit one with prestige and peril. As a legionary, you'd train endlessly, march long distances, and build forts and roads as often as you fight. Service lasts 25 years, and if you survive, you may receive land or citizenship. But wounds, disease, and mutiny make military life dangerous. State bureaucracy, while limited, employs scribes, clerks, tax agents, and magistrates. These literate roles are reserved for the educated elite or freedmen with connections. Their work supports legal, economic, and administrative systems across the empire. Children begin work early. Boys often assist in family trades, while girls learn domestic skills. Formal education exists, but is limited to those who can afford tutors or schooling. For many, childhood is brief. Labor begins once they can lift, carry, or count. Religion and ritual also intersect with labor. Temples require priests, attendants, scribes, and sacrificial specialists. Festivals demand decorators, cooks, performers, and animal handlers. Even death creates employment for undertakers, tomb builders, and mourners. Work in Rome is hard, uneven, and frequently dangerous. Yet for many, it also offers purpose, identity, and pride. Romans admire diligence and scorn idleness. Inscriptions often note occupations: Marcus, blacksmith; Julia, midwife; Gaius, freedman baker, preserving in stone what toil earned in life. At day's end, workers gather in taverns or forums, discussing politics, airing grievances, or spending their few coins on cheap wine and warm food. Though physically exhausted, they find community and resilience in shared experience. So when you next pass a construction site, a bakery, or a farmer's field, remember those Roman hands that built an empire with sweat, skill, and suffering. After a long day of labor, Romans sought diversion, grand, visceral, often bloody. Entertainment in ancient Rome wasn't just about leisure. It was a cultural institution, a political tool, and a social equalizer. Whether you were a poor plebeian or an elite senator, public spectacles were central to Roman life. The most iconic venue for Roman entertainment was the Colosseum, or Flavian Amphitheatre, a vast oval arena capable of holding up to 50,000 spectators. You might arrive early to claim your seat. Entry was free for citizens, part of the panem et circenses, bread and circuses, policy to appease the masses. Seats were assigned by class, senators at the front, women and the poor in the upper tiers. As you squeeze into your place among a noisy, buzzing crowd, the excitement is palpable. Trumpets sound, the emperor waves from his box, and a grand procession, pompa, parades through the arena. Musicians, animals, priests, and gladiators. The games begin. Morning events often feature venations, animal hunts. Exotic beasts from across the empire, lions, elephants, bears, leopards, are released into the arena to face trained hunters or hapless criminals. These shows display Rome's dominion over nature and foreign lands. The slaughter is spectacular. Blood splashes on the sand. The crowd roars. Next come public executions, sometimes staged as mythological reenactments. Condemned prisoners are thrown to wild animals or forced to battle each other. Some are burned alive or crucified. These punishments serve as grim lessons, reinforcing law and order. Then come the gladiators, the main event. Clad in distinct armor and armed with swords, nets, or tridents, they fight for glory, freedom, or survival. Most are slaves or prisoners, though some volunteer for fame or money. Gladiators train in special schools called ludi, under strict discipline. Their lives are harsh, but, paradoxically, celebrated. The crowd cheers favorites and hisses cowards. A fallen gladiator raises his hand to the editor, the official in charge. Thumbs up, he fights another day. Thumbs down, he dies, and the victor parades. Blood mixes with sand. Honor mixes with spectacle. But the Colosseum is just one venue. Rome brims with entertainment. The Circus Maximus, even larger than the Colosseum, holds 150,000 for chariot races. These fast, dangerous events pit teams, red, white, green, blue, against each other in high-stakes laps around the spinner. Drivers whip horses, clash wheels, crash spectacularly. Factions inspire fierce loyalty. Riots sometimes erupt. Theaters offer a different kind of spectacle. Comedies by Plautus or tragedies inspired by Greek originals are performed in open-air auditoriums. Masks amplify expression, gestures replace microphones. Sometimes, actors are slaves. The audience is rowdy, laughing, booing, throwing nuts. Public festivals, ludi, fill the calendar. Saturnalia, a winter celebration, turns norms upside down. Masters serve slaves, gifts are exchanged, drunkenness is celebrated. The streets fill with music, feasts and mischief. Other festivals honor gods with races, sacrifices, or plays. If you're less interested in crowds, smaller diversions abound. Taverns and bathhouses host gambling, drinking, and conversation. Dice games and board games like la tranquil provide fun and frustration. Music is ever present. Flutes, lyres, drums. Wandering performers juggle or recite poetry. Romans also enjoy physical activity. Wrestling, ball games, and swimming are popular. The Campus Martius offers space to run, train, or spar. Children imitate gladiators with wooden swords. Adults spar with friends. For the wealthy, private entertainment abounds. Banquets include live music, dancing girls, recitations, and elaborate courses. Dinner parties feature witty conversation, dramatic readings, or philosophical debates. Wealth buys sophistication or extravagance. Yet all Roman entertainment serves a deeper function. It distracts from hardship, binds communities, and reinforces power structures. The emperor sponsors games to display generosity. Victories are celebrated with triumphs, parades through the city with captives, treasures, and banners. Entertainment in Rome is politics made fun. But it also exacts a cost. Thousands die to amuse. Animals go extinct in certain regions. Brutality becomes normal. Romans rarely question the ethics. Violence is virtue. Spectacle is statecraft. Still, as you cheer from the Colosseum stands, clap at a theatre joke, or bet on a charioteer, you're part of a shared experience. Rich or poor, Roman or foreign, citizen or slave, everyone watches. And for a few hours, all eyes are on the arena. When the day ends and the dust of labor settles, every Roman, slave or senator, merchant or matron, returns to a place called home. But what home looks like in ancient Rome depends greatly on your wealth and status. If you are a common city dweller, you likely reside in an insula, a multi-story apartment building constructed quickly and cheaply to accommodate Rome's ever-growing population. These insulae are crowded and often dangerously unstable. Built from wood and mud brick, they are fire-prone, subject to collapse, and poorly ventilated. A typical unit might consist of 1 or 2 rooms shared with your entire family, and possibly with boarders or other relatives. The lower floors of insula are more desirable, often inhabited by slightly wealthier tenants or shopkeepers who can afford the rent. The upper levels, where stairs must be climbed and roofs leak, are cheapest and riskiest. These cramped quarters lack indoor plumbing or heating. Light comes from small openings or oil lamps that smoke and blacken walls. Inside, the space is sparse. Your sleeping mat lies near a brazier used for minimal cooking. Water is fetched from a public fountain, and latrines are communal, located at street level. Rats, insects, and filth are constant companions. Privacy is non-existent. Voices, laughter, and arguments from other families echo through thin walls day and night. Still, there is a sense of community. Neighbors know one another. Courtyards are shared for washing, gossip, and small tasks. Children play in the corridors. Despite the hardship, bonds are formed here that help you endure the everyday trials of Roman life. Now imagine a very different kind of home. The domus, the single-family townhouse of the Roman elite. Located in wealthier neighborhoods like the Palatine Hill, the domus is a statement of affluence and power. From the marble threshold, adorned with inscriptions and protective charms, to the frescoed walls and mosaic floors, every detail is curated. A domus centers on the atrium, an open courtyard with a shallow pool, impluvium, to collect rainwater from the roof's opening. Here, guests are welcomed, clients wait to be received, and household gods, lares and penates, are honored in small shrines. Surrounding the atrium are bedrooms, cubicula, the dining room, triclinium, and the tablinum, a study or family archive. Behind the atrium lies the peristyle, an open-air garden surrounded by a colonnade. Wealthy Romans grow herbs, roses, or even keep fountains and sculptures here. Slaves bustle about, tending to household duties, cleaning, cooking, and serving meals. The domus is richly furnished. Beds with carved wooden frames, couches with cushions, tables of polished wood or marble, and storage chests for valuables. Decorative items, lamps, urns, paintings, fill every corner. Wealthier homes boast libraries, private baths, and guest quarters. Domestic life in the domus follows a rhythm of luxury. Meals are taken reclining on couches. Guests are entertained with music or recitations. Household slaves manage laundry, grooming, and food preparation. The mistress of the house oversees daily affairs, instructs female slaves, and ensures the smooth running of the home. Outside the city, rural Romans live in farmhouses, villae rusticae. These are more functional than stylish, designed to manage agricultural production. Villas are often self-sufficient, with workers' quarters, storage rooms, animal pens, and fields. Some wealthy Romans also own country estates, villae urbanae, used for leisure and escape from urban chaos. Roman homes reflect their society, hierarchical, practical, and varied. While the elite enjoy comfort and beauty, the majority endure overcrowded, hazardous conditions. Yet all share rituals of domestic life, lighting lamps at dusk, honoring the household gods, cooking meals, and seeking rest. Night brings its own challenges. For insular residents, sleep is often disturbed by noise, discomfort, or fear of fire. Lamps burn low to conserve oil. Children and adults huddle for warmth. Thieves prowl the dark streets. Doors are bolted with wooden beams, and any sudden noise stirs anxiety. In the domus, slaves keep night watch. Oil lamps illuminate quiet halls. Family members retire to bedchambers draped in linens. Night may bring dreams or fears, omens from gods, worries over status, or longing for love. Wherever you lay your head in Rome, your home defines much about your life. It frames your routines, shelters your family, and reveals your place in a society built on layers of brick, ambition, and inequality. To understand the rhythm of Roman society, one must consider the women who moved quietly through its streets and homes. Though largely excluded from public office and political debate, women were the backbone of Roman domestic, religious, and economic life. From matron to milk seller, their roles shaped the empire in myriad ways. A Roman woman's life was determined by her family, her class, and her marital status. Born into a patriarchal society, she was under the authority of her father, paterfamilias, until marriage, at which point authority transferred to her husband. However, this transfer was not always absolute. Over time, many women gained more independence, particularly in managing their property and dowries. For elite women, life revolved around the domus. A matrona, a respected married woman, managed household affairs. She supervised slaves, organized meals and clothing production, and ensured religious rituals were performed. Her honor was her most valued trait. Modesty, fidelity, and industry were praised in funerary inscriptions and family law. Wealthy women had access to tutors and sometimes engaged in letter writing, reading poetry, or even philosophy. While rare, a few women, like the poet Sulpicia or philosopher Hypatia in later Roman history, gained recognition. However, most learned through informal family education and were expected to focus on domestic virtue rather than intellectual pursuit. Middle and lower class women worked hard. They ran stalls in the marketplace, worked as weavers, launderers, and seamstresses, and helped in family shops. Women also served as midwives, herbalists, or wet nurses. Their labor was essential to family survival. Many enslaved women endured grueling days of labor, cooking, cleaning, tending children, and suffering physical abuse. Others were used for entertainment or forced into prostitution. Their stories, often untold, are glimpsed only in legal records and tombstones that mourn their passing with brief lines of text. Marriage was both a personal and political institution. Girls could be wed as young as 12, often to older men for alliances or economic gain. Love, while idealized in poetry, was not a requirement. Fertility was paramount. Producing heirs was a woman's duty. Childbirth, however, was dangerous. Without effective medicine, complications were often fatal. Women who survived many births earned respect, and sometimes rare social mobility. Roman religion placed women in important ritual roles. Vestal virgins, chosen as children, took vows of chastity and served as priestesses of Vesta, goddess of the hearth. They held unique legal privileges and were honored for safeguarding Rome's spiritual purity. Elsewhere, women participated in private and public worship, led household ceremonies, and played crucial parts in festivals like the Matronalia or Bonadea. Clothing signaled a woman's role. Respectable matrons wore the stola, a long garment symbolizing dignity and fidelity. Prostitutes were legally barred from wearing the stola and wore togas instead, a garment associated with male citizens. Jewelry, hairstyles, and cosmetics revealed status, fashion, and at times, rebellion. Women's voices, though often absent from political forums, could still wield influence. Behind many powerful men stood formidable wives, mothers, and daughters. Livia Drusilla, wife of Augustus, influenced policy and succession. Agrippina the Younger, mother of Nero, navigated court politics with cunning, though often vilified by historians. Legal protections for women expanded over time. Women could own property, initiate divorce, and inherit wealth. The 12 Tables originally placed severe limits on women's autonomy, but by the imperial period, many wealthy women managed estates, financed temples, and even built public works. Still, inequality endured. Women could not vote, hold office, or serve in the military. Their freedoms depended on class, citizenship, and marital status. A freedwoman lived differently from a senatorial lady, just as a rural farm wife lived differently from a Vestal virgin. Yet Roman women were resilient. They adapted, endured, and shaped their world through quiet strength and bold action. Their lives were filled with laughter, loss, ambition, devotion, and daily tasks that held an empire together. So when you picture Rome, do not see only togas and temples. See also the woman grinding grain, the girl reciting her letters, the matron praying for her family, and the slave rocking a child to sleep. They were Rome, too. In Rome, death was not an end, but a transition. It was treated with solemn ritual, public acknowledgement, and deep respect. Across the social spectrum, the Romans developed intricate customs to honor the dead, ensure proper passage into the afterlife, and preserve memory among the living. When a Roman died, the body was washed, anointed with oils, and dressed in fine garments if the family could afford it. Coins were placed on or in the mouth, known as Charon's obol, meant to pay the mythical ferryman for passage across the river Styx into the underworld. This symbolic gesture bridged the living world and the realm of shades. The dead were not buried hastily. Funerals were public affairs, even for modest families. A procession, led by musicians, mourners, and sometimes actors imitating the deceased, would accompany the body through the streets. Wealthier Romans hired professional mourners, women who wailed and tore at their hair to express sorrow, a practice that horrified some, but was customary nonetheless. The route of the funeral often passed significant landmarks, culminating at a family tomb or necropolis outside the city walls. Roman law forbade burial within the city proper due to religious and sanitary concerns. Thus, roads leading in and out of Rome were lined with tombs and monuments, a constant reminder of mortality. Cremation was the norm in the Republic, while inhumation, burial, became more common during the Empire. Cremated remains were collected and placed in urns, then stored in family tombs or columbaria, communal niches stacked like dovecotes. Wealthy families built elaborate mausoleums, engraved with inscriptions and adorned with statues. For the poor, burial societies, collegia funeratica, provided group tombs and coordinated ceremonies. Membership offered a dignified send-off, otherwise unaffordable. Slaves who gained freedom often joined these societies to ensure they wouldn't be discarded in anonymous graves. Children who died were buried with tiny toys or amulets. Soldiers were interred with weapons. Beloved pets might be mourned and commemorated with carved epitaphs. Romans mourned deeply, and their epitaphs, etched into stone, echoed love, grief, and philosophical reflection. Do not mourn me, traveler, for I have lived. I was not, I was, I am not, I care not. Grief was expressed ritually and socially. Mourning periods varied by relationship. 9 days for close kin, a year for a parent or spouse. During mourning, attire was subdued, public appearances limited, and joyous activities avoided. At the end of mourning, families held a purification ceremony. Beyond ritual, Romans held strong beliefs about the afterlife. Some saw it as a shadowy realm of spirits. Others embraced the idea of eternal peace or reunion with ancestors. The Manes, benevolent spirits of the dead, were honored with offerings of wine, food, and flowers during festivals like Parentalia. Forgetting the dead was a moral failing. Remembrance was sacred. Tombs were places not only of burial, but of gathering. Families visited on anniversaries, sharing meals and recounting stories. The dead were kept alive in memory and name. Names were crucial, written in inscriptions, spoken in toasts, preserved in records. Romans believed as long as a name was spoken, a soul was not truly gone. For the emperor and elite, death brought monuments of grandeur. The mausoleum of Augustus stood as a testament to legacy. Triumphal arches and statues reminded citizens of past deeds. Even the ashes of emperors were carefully housed, as their divine status was reinforced through ceremony. Yet death touched all. Plagues, war, childbirth, and poor hygiene made it a frequent visitor. Romans carried charms, wore amulets, and prayed to gods for protection. Still, they prepared for death. Wills were made. Burial plots were chosen. Epitaphs were drafted. Philosophers like Seneca and Cicero wrote about death as a teacher of life. Stoics embraced its inevitability. Epicureans denied fear of it. Romans contemplated memento mori, reminders of mortality, through art, verse, and ritual. Death was not morbid, but meaningful. As you walk the Appian Way, passing silent stone markers and worn inscriptions, remember, each name tells a story. Each tomb contains a life once lived. In death, Romans sought honor, memory, and peace. Legacy, for the Romans, was not a fleeting notion, but a force that shaped how they lived, governed, and died. A Roman's reputation, his nomen, virtus, and dignitas, echoed beyond his life, passed down through generations, and etched into marble. To live well was to be remembered. To be forgotten was a second death. The most visible form of legacy was architecture. Temples, aqueducts, roads, and amphitheaters were built not just for utility, but for immortality. Every inscription on stone bore the names of patrons, generals, and emperors, recording their deeds for posterity. From the arches of Titus to the baths of Caracalla, Rome itself was a memorial, a city built from pride and permanence. For families, lineage was sacred. Ancestors were honored in the lararium, the household shrine. Images or masks of the imagines maiorum, the great ancestors, were kept and brought out during funerals and rituals. Children learned their forebears' names by heart. Family names, gens, carried prestige, rights, and obligations. Oral tradition was strong, but written memory gave lasting form. Inscriptions adorned tombs, altars, and milestones. Wax tablets and scrolls recorded contracts, dowries, and testaments. A Roman's will was a final statement of values and care for descendants. Philosophers wrote letters meant for eternity. Historians chronicled wars, politics, and daily life to shape the narrative of the Republic and Empire. Romans strove to do great deeds, not merely for glory, but so that their names might survive the centuries. This desire to be remembered drove military conquest, civic generosity, and literary achievement. Poets like Virgil and Ovid, philosophers like Cicero and Seneca, believed their words would outlive them. And they were right. Funerary monuments reflected this obsession with legacy. They detailed titles, virtues, and contributions. Commoners, too, sought remembrance. Freedmen sometimes commissioned elaborate tombs that depicted their former occupations, bakers, teachers, soldiers, as testament to their lived experience. Honorific statues were raised in forums and temples. Triumphs were celebrated with parades, trophies, and commemorative coins. Names were chiseled into public records and sung in victory orations. Even the condemned, like damnatio memoriae victims, were feared in death for their potential to influence memory. Their names were defaced, their images smashed. But the act of erasure itself proved how powerfully legacy lingered. Women, too, were honored in memory. Though absent from public office, they were praised as mothers, wives, patrons, and priestesses. Inscriptions mourned their modesty, wisdom, and fecundity. Some elite women, like Livia and Agrippina, earned public statues and mention in history. Their legacy was interwoven with their husbands and sons, yet their stories, though obscured, endure. Rome's legal and civic institutions were designed to be remembered. The 12 tables, the Senate's decrees, the laws of the emperors, these documents were carved, copied, and studied. Legacy was institutionalized. Schools taught boys Roman history and heroes to instill civic virtue and loyalty to the state. Even urban layout told a story. Triumph routes retraced historical paths. Forums bore the marks of dynasties. Every basilica and column echoed a narrative of power and permanence. Yet legacy was not solely political or noble. Graffiti scrawled on tavern walls, curses inscribed on lead tablets, prayers scratched into temple stones, all were pleased to be heard, remembered, vindicated. Romans wanted to leave a mark, however small, and many did. Legacy also lived in ritual. Annual festivals like Parentalia, Lemuria, and Saturnalia kept memory alive. Offerings to ancestors, storytelling, and community gathering ensured that the past walked beside the present. Today, we read their words, walk their roads, and uncover their homes in quiet excavation. Each discovery reawakens a life once lived. A baker in Pompeii, a soldier on Hadrian's wall, a girl buried with her doll. The Romans taught that to be remembered was to live twice. Their lives, joys, failures, and ambitions persist through their legacy, etched in stone, written in ink, and echoed in every historian's voice. You've walked the streets of Rome. You've eaten the bread, worn the tunic, toiled by torchlight, and listened to the roar of the crowd. Through the eyes of a Roman, plebeian or patrician, free or enslaved, you've seen what it meant to live within the vast, complex, and enduring world of the Roman Empire. Now, in this final moment, you stand not in marble forums or smoky insulae, but in reflection. Rome was not merely a city. It was a system, a stage, and a story. It was contradiction made solid, brutal and beautiful, orderly and chaotic, sacred and profane. Its citizens were pragmatic, yet poetic, superstitious, yet philosophical. Their empire spanned continents, but their hearts remained close to the hearth, the gods, and the grave. The daily life of a Roman was marked by effort and expectation. Each person had a role, a routine, and a set of rules, many unwritten, many cruel. Yet each life was also unique. A girl learning to spin wool, a baker rising before dawn, a merchant squinting at ledgers, a senator weighing his words. Each left a mark, sometimes in stone, sometimes only in memory. Through dirt and glory, fear and faith, the Romans endured. They left behind roads, laws, languages, letters, ruins, and rituals. Their afterlives stretch not only through myth and tomb, but through the bones of Western civilization. To study Rome is to peer into the origins of so much that surrounds us. Our architecture, our politics, our calendars, even our jokes. But it is also to remember what was lost, the voices that were silenced, the injustices institutionalized, the limits of ambition, the cycle of rise and fall. Rome teaches us the price of empire and the power of people. It shows us how societies build and unravel the structures of power, tradition, and identity. So where do you stand? What would your life have been in Rome? A citizen with a voice in the forum? A slave forced to labor in silence? A mother weaving tales and textiles? A poet scribbling lines no one reads? A soldier guarding a distant frontier? This journey has been theirs, and yours. As you leave this world behind, carry forward its lessons. Remember the sweat behind the spectacle, the names behind the monuments, the people behind the power. History lives when we choose to listen. Veil amici. Farewell, friends. But remember, in Rome, no one is ever truly gone, so long as we remember their story. And now, as history's torch passes to you, ask yourself, what story will you tell?